the delegates please be seated? In order to get you seated, we'll have to ask you to stand. Will the delegates please stand? This time, we'll receive the invocation from Major Robert Bott of the Salvation Army here in the city of Jackson. Major Bott.
Shall we pray? Loving Father, how glad we are because we're able to call upon Thee, because we can pray, because we can talk to You as one that understands, that knows all about us. Make us to realize our dependence upon Thee, that in Thee is the source of all that we could hope for and even desire. From the outset, we pray Thy blessing upon this interested group, these people who come with a deep-seated interest in the welfare of multitudes. And as deliberations are made, matters are presented, grant to those who chair this program the wisdom, the knowledge, the understanding, that out of this gathering may come those decisions that are to be far-reaching, that are to be good, that are to be uplifting, that are, Lord, in the interest of the well-being, even spiritually speaking, of the masses. Oh God, help us in these troublesome times, that we may sense that Thou art God, and God loves the things, the beings that He's made, and is concerned about where they're going in particular. So God, lead us on, and may we willingly follow in the way that You would have us to go. God, help us, that we might ever be conscious that with Thee we can do all things, but without Thee we're a lost, groping, distressed, wandering people. Oh, we're glad, because in these times
Will the delegates please be seated? As soon as you get you seated, we'll have to ask you to stand. Will the delegates please stand? This time, we'll receive the invocation from Major Robert Bott of the Salvation Army here in the city of Jackson. Major Bott.
Shall we pray? Loving Father, how glad we are because we're able to call upon Thee, because we can pray, because we can talk to You as one that understands, that knows all about us. Make us to realize our dependence upon Thee, that in Thee is the source of all that we could hope for and even desire. From the outset, we pray Thy blessing upon this interested group, these people who come with a deep-seated interest in the welfare of multitudes. And as deliberations are made, matters are presented, grant to those who chair this program the wisdom, the knowledge, the understanding, that out of this gathering may come those decisions that are to be far-reaching, that are to be good, that are to be uplifting, that our Lord, in the interest of the well-being, even spiritually speaking, of the masses, O God, help us in these troublesome times, that we may sense that Thou art God, and God loves the things, the beings that He's made, and is concerned about where they're going in particular. So God, lead us on, and may we willingly follow in the way that You would have us to go. God, help us, that we might ever be conscious that with Thee we can do all things, but without Thee we're a lost, groping, distressed, wandering people. Oh, we're glad, because in these times we can assemble in such manner. May we feel Your nearness. Help us not to depend upon our own wisdom, but to ever look up to Thee, from whence cometh our help. For our help cometh from the Lord. May we include You in all we do, for then, truly, God, we can expect Your blessing. Bless again, we pray, and get glory unto Yourself, because we labor in Your will. We make our prayer in Christ's name. Amen.
Major Bott, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you a Bible, compliments of the Mississippi Labor Council. I think that you find and be able to put it to good use. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And may I say, this will be a constant reminder of an occasion at which I was honored. I deem it a pleasure to stand here before you and to witness to those things that, friends, that as you cherish them dear, you'll continue to fight. Be valiant, and God bless you.
Major, we're indeed happy to have you with us this morning. I'd like to invite you to spend the rest of the day with us if you can. If not, then feel free to leave any time you see fit. We have with us this morning a gentleman of distinction in the state of Mississippi who has participated in the causes that afflict or affect the great masses of the people, not only in this state but in the entire nation. Dr. Gray, our state health officer, for a number of years has chaired the National March of Dimes Foundation committee here in the state of Mississippi. This project has received the wholehearted cooperation of all groups throughout the state of Mississippi. Included in that group has been your labor movement. It's been my privilege to have served on the advisory committee since my election as president of the organization. The people that have been so successful in securing the funds necessary to do the research work to find the causes of polio have now embarked upon another program of research designed to cure ills of another serious nature. Dr. Gray would like to discuss with you for a few minutes this project concerning Dr. Salk himself. So at this time it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you Dr. Gray, Chairman of the March of Dimes Foundation and your State Health Officer. Dr. Gray.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Mississippi Labor Council, it's a real honor and a privilege and a pleasure to be here for two good reasons. And I'd like to bring to you the first reason, good reason first. In recognition of your support and understanding in the past of the National Foundation's program, which has been so successful in bringing answers that we had to have, the National Foundation wishes to present to you recognition this morning for what you have done in the past. And along with it, I hope that you will continue to fight with all of us who are moving forward to greater things in the preservation of health. And as chairman, state chairman of the March of Dimes, it's a real pleasure to recognize your effort and support in the past in the March of Dimes and its activities by presenting this citation to your president for you. State citation for outstanding volunteer service is awarded to the Mississippi Labor Council AFL-CIO for generous and meaningful support, enabling the National Foundation to continue its effort toward the complete conquest of polio and to move forward toward its new goals, the prevention and relief of human suffering from the impairments and indignities of other serious and crippling diseases. For such service, the National Foundation is profoundly grateful, and I present this with pleasure to your president. All right. Now, if I may, Mr. President, I'll go ahead with the National Foundation, its volunteers, public health officials, the medical profession in general. We're not satisfied with what's happened in the past. Although the accomplishments coming out of all of the combined efforts, which is the National Foundation and has been the National Foundation, have meant as much to humanity as anything that's ever happened in this country in the way of medicine and health. We're not satisfied with the accomplishment of 2 types of effective vaccine against poliomyelitis. We're not satisfied that the prevalence of poliomyelitis in Mississippi has dropped so precipitously in the last few years as a result of broad application of the polio vaccine. In my career, in 1954 and 55, there were 700 cases of paralytic polio in Mississippi. This last year, I believe there were 28. We're not through with that program, but the programs of the past and the National Foundation's environment and support have demonstrated that they have the capabilities to do tremendous greater things in the future, and have adopted as a principle that there must be a large national research center under the supervision of Dr. Jonas Salk, who with others developed the first type of vaccine. Now this Salk Research Center will be located in San Diego, California. It's going to be built by volunteer contributions outside of the March of Dimes Drive. And to that center will come scientists of all types, researchers of all types from all over the world to work with Dr. Salk and the others to bring about some answers to questions that we must have in order to solve many of the serious unsolved problems. Now, as state health officer, I have brought to my attention every day numerous problems that need answering scientifically for the protection of the public health and the restoration of health in ill people. Despite the fact that we made tremendous progress in the medicine and health in the last 15 or 20 years, may I tell you that we have much further to go in the future. And I know the members of the Labor Council recognize these serious inroads that illness brings to our families and how it reduces our incomes and all of that. There are so many things that we can do if we have the answers. They must be strictly scientific answers, and they can only be secured in an environment in which profound physicists and chemists and biologists and bacteriologists and virologists and physiologists work together in the common solution of problems that we don't know the answer to yet. Now, in the past, all of my career, I've supported quite heavily financially the National Foundation's program. I intend to do it with this projection of raising volunteer funds from all over Mississippi to contribute as a memorial to Dr. Felix J. Underwood to the construction of this research center, Salk Research Center in San Diego, California. I think every Mississippian who knew Dr. Underwood and what he did in the National Foundation and otherwise would want to contribute to this cause in honoring and in memory of Dr. Underwood. It would be recognized in this research center, Mississippi's contribution, as a memorial plaque to Dr. Underwood in this $15 million center that is going to be constructed. We count on organized labor for the kind of support that you've given to movements of this type in the past. We count on all of the people. Just because the building is going to be in California doesn't influence me one bit. Of course, I'd like to see it in Mississippi. But what comes out of that research center will be to the advantage of all Mississippians, just as it will to people in California or New York. So in June, when this opportunity comes, I hope you will give generously on a voluntary basis to the construction of this research center, which will mean so much to the generations to come in protection of health and prevention of illness and restoration of health. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gray. I feel reasonably sure that you can expect the fullest of cooperation from the labor movement on this most important project. I assure you that you will receive the fullest of cooperation from the State Labor Council. We'll do everything we possibly can towards the efforts you spoke of. It's a pleasure to have you with us today. We'd like to extend an invitation to you and Mr. Anthony, for both of you to spend some time with us, spend the day if you'd like, if you can. If not, then please feel free to leave any time that you have to. Now, we have had a problem that was my making yesterday in connection with the election committee. I overlooked the fact that the Constitution provided that no two members of that committee should come from the same city. I knew that we couldn't have any two members from the same international union. Was careful to select this committee in that respect. No two members of the committee are from the same international union. This committee, we have several from the same city, however. Now, if you would like to invoke this section of the Constitution, then it'll be necessary for me to appoint a new committee. If the convention can waive this requirement by unanimous action if they see fit. So I'm going to put the question, if there's any objection, is there any objection to this committee serving that I've appointed? Do I hear any objection? If not, then I feel that it's appropriate to ask this committee to proceed, and will you so notify Brother Bryant that they will serve as named yesterday. There has been a request from several groups that they would like to have a few minutes to caucus this morning. And if there are such groups that would like to have a few minutes, I'd like to know about it now. And if you do, we'd like to give it consideration before we get the machine set up here for the election. Do we have a request?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like just a little time with the amalgamate if it could be granted, and if you could tell me what's available to meet in.
Yes, well, we don't have anything occupied this morning. You can have your selection that you'd like to have.
We'd use B if we were granted the time.
We have other groups?
Mr. Chairman, with the ILG, would like a little time.
You'd like to have a little time? Anybody else? Brother Stanley? Brother Stanley?
We'd like a little time if it's granted.
All right, fine. I'd like to advise these groups now, if the convention goes along with this thing, that it's very important that we get this over with as soon as possible and proceed with the election. We have considerable business left yet for the convention to attend to, and we'd like to get you out of here by 4 o'clock if possible this afternoon, where you can get on the road and go home, not be too late getting back. Is there any objection to recessing the convention for 15 minutes for the purpose of these groups getting together? There's some problems I understand some of them would like to work out. All right, with the... one more. Johnson? All right. All right, we need to put one more member on the election committee. A.L. Johnson of the firefighters from Laurel. Will he please go back in the foyer and meet with that committee? One of our members yesterday hadn't showed, right in the foyer in the back. Well, with the permission of the convention, we'll recess for 15 minutes. Be back here sharply at 15 minutes after 10. Now, what's this thing? You want Parlor A? Parlor B. Parlor B?
We'd like Parlor A.
Parlor A? Who else? Matt? You can get the foyer if you want it. Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman,
For the clerk?
if I could, I'd like to see the rest of the executive committee up front if they're in the
The
house.
executive committee? Well, the newly elected executive committee that doesn't have to go through this election, please come forward.
Let me check that. No, wait on.
Will the convention please be in order? At this time, we will receive the report of the Elections Committee from Brother Ferguson, chairman of that committee. Brother Ferguson.
Thank you, Brother Ramsey. The committee's about ready to start the balloting, and we have one or two things that we'd like to say to you, that we could get this thing underway and get it over with. We have the names listed on the ballot, each one that was nominated. We recommend, and I so move, that we'll count any number less than 10 that's voted for. A ballot that has more than 10 marked will be cast aside. Brother Chairman, I move that the convention adopt this recommendation.
We have a second to that motion. Any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. This time I will turn the chair over to the chairman of the election committee, who will proceed to call the roll of the delegates present. He will announce the number of votes each delegate is allocated. In the event there's a question arises as to how many votes you are allocated, that question will be referred to the chairman of the Credentials Committee, Brother Jack Gagey, who will sit here and assist the committee. So at this time, I'll turn the gavel over to Brother Ferguson. Brother Ferguson.
Thank you, Brother Chairman. As your name is called, just come on by the desk here and get your ballot, and you can go back to your seat and vote it. We want to go along as fast as we can. The box is sitting over here. When you get your ballot marked, come up and place it in the box and move on so we can progress as rapidly as possible.
I want to make one more announcement, and that is to conserve time. I know that as this balloting begins, there's going to be some commotion, some confusion. Some of you is going to go out for coffee. You might not be around. I'd like to request that you not leave the hotel, that you be available. As soon as the balloting is over with, we'll make an announcement. If you're not in the hotel, we'd like for you to get back as quick as you can so we can continue with the business at hand.
That's very important because we may have a runoff in this election, and you want to be around to vote the second time also. So after we call your name, come by and get your ballot. You ready?
The aluminum workers, local number 245. James A. Bobbitt, 42 votes. William J. Reeds, 42 votes. T.L. Nikes, 42 votes. No vote. That's right. The bakery workers, local 149, Elias Harden, 56 votes. That one's crossed out there. That one's crossed out. Don't use it, I guess. The barbers, local 366, MP Aldridge, 38 votes. Barbers 507, O.C. Kingston, 15 votes. H.C. Young, 14 votes. Barbers, local number 510, R.L. Allen, 20 votes. Aldridge. Barbers local 366, MP Aldridge, 38 votes. Is he around? Barbers local 792, W. Hines, 15 votes. Barbers local 892, L.W. Laird Jr., 21 votes. Bus drivers, local 1208, W.L. Barrett, 78 votes.
It would help the election committee if you'd wear your badge up when you come up to get your ballot, so we could identify you.
Carpenter's local 387, Marvin E. Taylor, 300 votes. Carpenter's local 569, H.L. O'Neill, 178 votes. W.H. Moss, 178 votes. Carpenter's Local 1471. M.E. Ferguson, 94 votes. Howard S. Jones, 93 votes. W.H. Wood, 94 votes. B.R. Upton, 94 votes. P.H. Buckley, 94 votes. Carpenter's Local 1518. J.E. Pearman, 129 votes. Joseph Wyndham, 129 votes. Carpenter's Local 1667, Alfred L. Day, 300 votes. Carpenter's Local 2684, Jimmy Gray, 50 votes. R.H. Bovo, 50 votes. Andrew Brown, 50 votes. The Chemical Workers, Local 503, Hubert Mills, 96 votes. Okay, one more. J.C. Cummins, 95 votes. Yeah. The Chemical Workers, Local 583, Ken Homer, 24 votes. Jim Saxton, 24 votes. See but one of them coming. Wait till he comes. ACWA Local 554. LG Sims, 100 votes. Bertha Harrington, 100 votes. Rachel McCord, 100 votes. Flora Williams, 100 votes. Catherine Jeffcoat, 123 votes. Okay. ACWA Local 563. Moselle Dunn, 182 votes. Merle Davis, 182 votes. Vance Hatton, 182 votes. Serena Graham, 182 votes. Doris Barnes, 182 votes. Okay, good. I'll just hold on for a while and let them go ahead and vote. Yeah. That's right. That's right. ACWA Local 605. Thelma Dunaway, 100 votes. Bessie Tuttle, 100 votes. Mavis Summerall, 100 votes. ACWA Local 643. Margaret McNamee, 79 votes. What is it? V-A-S-T-I. Vesta Warren, 79 votes. Amy Holloway, 80 votes. Everett Ramsey, 80 votes. John McNamee, 80 votes. ACWA Local 696. Charles Sullivan, 120 votes. James Duncan, 120 votes. Louise Whitlock, 100 votes. Gene Smith, 100 votes. Joel Whitlock, 100 votes. ACWA Local 701. Bessie Reed, 166 votes. ACWA Local 707. Larry Brickley, 72 votes. Alfred Dillon, 72 votes. Doris Miller, 71 votes. Natalie Barnes, 71 votes. Okay, I'm making it fine so far. ACWA Local 708. Texie Wesley, 84 votes. C. Gibson, 82 votes. Thelma Watney, 82 votes. Donna Morris, 82 votes. ACWA Local 720. Edna Parker, 108 votes. ACWA Local 750. Weldon Lott, 84 votes. Woodrow Austin, 84 votes. Roscoe Cox, 84 votes. Wanda Collins, 84 votes. ACWA Local 758. Ruby Pennell, 48 votes. Bill Ruth James, 48 votes. Lorna James, 48 votes. That's right. That's right. ACWA Local 779. Jewel Compton, 68 votes. Ruby Wright, 68 votes. Flora McLemore, 67 votes. Ethel Fisher, 68 votes. Beulah Beasley, 68 votes. CWA Local 3502, T.J. Smith, 1 vote. T.J. Smith is here, I don't believe it. Okay. Okay. CWA Local 3503, T.D. Smith, 97 votes. CWA Local 3504, AI Pounders, 150 votes. CWA, Local 3509, A.L. Kirkpatrick, 149 votes. J.L.E. Jr., 149 votes. CWA, Local 3511, Francis Hall, 119 votes. Francis Linville, I believe it is, 114 votes. Russell Cuffer, 114 votes. James Harris, 114 votes. Doris Harris, 114 votes. M.K. Salone, 114 votes. CWA, Local 3513, Ray Smith, 112 votes. CWA, Local 3515, E.K. Westmoreland, 112 votes. CWA 3516, H.A. Thornton, 144 votes. CWA Local 3517, J.M. Johnson, 177 votes. Not getting any, are we? CWA Local 3519, J.T. Cash, 274 votes. IBEW, Local 480, John L. Erkison, 150 votes. IBEW, Local 605, Huey P. Wingate, 133 votes. J.W. Russell, 133 votes. L.H. Tharp, 134 votes. IBEW, Local 733. Roy Jones, 107 votes. F.B. Porter, 107 votes. L. Willard, 170 votes. Ben Ferris, 107 votes. K. Whitehead, 107 votes. L.M. Turner, 107 votes. IBEW, Local 903, S.D. Walker, 160 votes. IBEW, Local 985, Charles E. Thomas, 164 votes. J.H. Gillespie, 300 votes. IBEW, Local 1204, L.D. Clark, 100 votes. It was 1209. 1209, it's just, I see where it is now, that's right. IBEW, Local 1211, R.C. Vick, 150 votes. IBEW, Local 1873, James Murphy, 189 votes. William P. Province, 189 votes. James E. Deere, 125 votes. Charles H. Arnold, 125 votes. Isaac S. Smith, 124 votes. IUE, Local 794, Harold L. Dobbs, 260 votes. Thomas R. Elliott, 259 votes. Firefighters, Local 87, E.C. Williamson, 66 votes. R.D. Triggs, 66 votes. C.R. Willoughby, 66 votes. Firefighters, Local 184. C.V. French, 17 votes. E.B. Courtney, 17 votes. O.D. Hatton, 18 votes. Firefighters, Local 207, James Roberts, 15 votes. A.J. Johnson, 15 votes. ILGUGW, Local 448. Elvin Voss, 47 votes. Audrey Brazil, 47 votes. Gladys Smith, 47 votes.
I see two of them. No. No wonder you know you good.
ILGW, Local 507. Bonnie Smith, 69 votes. Hazel Smith, 69 votes.
What is that?
Joyce Debus, 69 votes. Irma McPhail, 70 votes. Russell McMahon, 70 votes.
Yeah, we'll take it. It's on stand.
ILGW, Local 578. Doris McMore, 33 votes. Beatrice Walters, 33 votes. Jeanette Knuckles, 33 votes. ILGW, Local 594, Merle Jackson, 34 votes. Ruth Osmond, 33 votes. Margaret Brooks, 33 votes. GBBA, Local 41. Arthur Condon, 23 votes. Ray Powers, 22 votes. Albert E. Armstrong, 22 votes. GBBA Local 230. Charles Andrews, 75 votes. Leslie I. Claypool, 75 votes. Sam H. Jones, 75 votes. W.B. Smith, 75 votes. Reuben Sistrunk, 75 votes. Laborers Workers Local number 145. S. N. Streety, 34 votes. Willis Transberry, 33 votes. Johnny Dunlop, 33 votes. IAM Local 1133, H.R. Davidson, 250 votes. IAM Local 2008, 2008, Thomas Williams, 41 votes. Joel Williams, 41 votes. Russell Jeffords, 41 votes. He never did come. He never did come. Good. Meat Cutters Local 527. Oscar Thompson, 100 votes. Robert Touchstone, 100 votes. OEIU Local 204. Nolly C. Bird, 73 votes. H.H. Robbins, 72 votes. I'm making fun. Painters Local 433. N.C. Mosley, 22 votes. E.J. Brown, 23 votes. Papermakers Local 203. Jack Gager, 241 votes. V.C. Smith, 241 votes.
Jack.
No. Papermakers, Local 602, WD Bilbo, 150 votes.
WD Bilbo. That must be him coming up.
The Plumbers Local, number 436, R.L. McCullum, 81 votes. J.E. Taylor, 81 votes. Forrest W. Wells, 82 votes. H.E. Donahue, 82 votes. J.B. Broadus, 82 votes. Flowers, number 618. David R. Oates, 75 votes. Yeah.
I don't believe he's coming, no.
Plumbers, Local 619. Linwood Williams, 25 votes. M.H. Hall, 25 votes.
No.
Okay. Plumbers, number 681, R.W. Brummett, 100 votes. George P. Davis, 100 votes.
Brummett might not be here. Okay. Let's pull himself out in.
The Pullman Sulphide Local 379, Wallace L. Grubbs, 234 votes. URW Local 363, Clifton A. Dunlap, 35 votes. George Massey, 36 votes. Morris E. Gordon, 35 votes. URW Local 556. Clovis Rogers, 60 votes. James E. French, 60 votes. Steelworkers, Local 58, 34. August Rognus, 1 vote. IATSE, Local 589, C.B. Carl, 22 votes. IATSE, Local 674, Paul B. Awesome, 15 votes. IWA Local 204A, Margaret Hicks, 23 votes. Lord Thornton, 23 votes. ACWA Joint Board, James E. Jackson, 2 votes. Wilmer Wilbur, L. Wilbur, 1 vote. William I. Wilbur, I believe it is. CLUS. Where is that? CLUS? Yeah, I see where it is. Central Labor Unions, Columbus, Winston Chancellor, 3 votes. Corinth, SHDs, 3. Greenville, Robert E. Thompson, 3 votes. Hattiesburg, Ray Bryant, 1 vote. T.G. Hussey, 1 vote. Mears T.G. Hussey, 1 vote. Jackson, T.G. Blackman, 1 vote. Claude Wooden, 1 vote. Lonnie B. Daniels, 1 vote. Jackson County, W.J. Lay, 3 votes. Meridian, Kate Jones, 1 vote. Ernest D. Gray, 2 votes. Natchez, Lois White, 3 votes. North Delta, Charles P. Moore, 3 votes. Vicksburg, Eli Cook, 3 votes. MLC officers and board. Claude D. Ramsey, 1 vote. Thomas Knight, 1 vote. Ray Smith Hart, 1 vote. K.M. Holloway, 1 vote. And James E. Clark, 1 vote. E.L. Barnes, 1. Bert Bowers, 1. Wayne Goodman, 1. Frida Gotten, 1. Doris Kelly, 1. C.E. Schaefer, 1. W.A. Stevens, 1. Donald Woodall, 1 vote.
Yes, sir. You was right on the list. Yes. Straight there. Okay, good.
If you'll be patient just a little while longer, we have some of the delegates that didn't get in to vote. We're going to call those delegates' names over so that they'll have a chance if they're in the hall. Barbers Local 366, MP Aldridge, 38 votes. Barbers Local 892, L.W. Laird, Jr., 21 votes. Carpenters Local 387, Marvin E. Taylor, 300 votes. Carpenters Local 1471, M.E. Ferguson, 94 votes. Rick, you better vote. You keeping a check on these now? Well, we can't go through them again, though. That's all right. You got a list there. All right. Find him on your list there. ACWA Local 563, Vance Hatton, 182 votes. I know it, he'll have to go ahead and vote now. Rich, you can find your list out. No, they didn't. IBEW Local 1211, R.C. Vick, 150 votes. Meat Cutters Local 527, Robert Touchstone, 100 votes. I don't think Plumbers Local 618, David R. Oakes, 75 votes.
I'll just have to...
It's George David. ITSD Local 589, CB Carroll, 22 votes. IWA Local 204A, Margarita Hicks, 23 votes. You gonna vote? All right, I'm gonna check you off. That concludes your roll calls. Is there anyone who hasn't voted now? Wonder where Claude Ramsey is. I don't blame him.
Do we have a vice president in the House? Jim Clark? Thomas Knight? We have finished the balloting, and we are going to retire and count them now if someone wants to come up and take over and go on with your business. Claude Ramsey, do you want to vote? You have a vote if you want to. Where did you find him? On the back
page.
Well, that's it. And we'll go in the committee room with them and see how much. We'll have the results of the election just as soon as possible, and we'll announce it as soon as we get them counted.
The Constitution and Bylaws Committee would like to get that committee together. What party you want, Ray? in Parlor B as soon as possible. Will the members of that committee please assemble in Parlor B with Brother Smith Hart? I'll call their names. Due to the fact that we have a number of delegates absent, I deem it the appropriate time to call up the Officers' Report Committee. As soon as we get a man, we'll ask the chairman of that committee to give us a report. No, of course, I'm just kidding here. We've got to get some of the business out of the way. We've got two committees that only have one resolution to report on. We'll try to get at least two of them out of the way this morning. Will the delegates please be seated? This time we will receive the report of the Officers Committee, chaired by Lonnie B. Daniel, chairman of the Jackson Central Labor Union. Brother Daniel.
Thank you, President Ramsey. Our committee, consisting of 5 members, met, a majority of the committee attending, and we have prepared a report which I should like to read to you. The convention delegates have received copies of the report from our President and Secretary-Treasurer. These reports account for the activity of these officers in connection with the programs of the Mississippi State Labor Council. It is not the intent in this report to enumerate these specific activities, but rather we shall attempt to evaluate the overall activities of our officers as it relates to our programs and to the growth and stature of the Mississippi Labor Council. As we evaluate the accomplishments of our State Council under the leadership of its officers, we cannot refrain from evaluating the support, or perhaps better stated, the lack of it, which is missing from many local unions throughout the state who represent a large group of union members in the state of Mississippi. Our council is engaged in a dynamic, energetic program for the benefit of working Mississippians, particularly those within the membership of AFL-CIO affiliates, but obviously not necessarily limited to them. The complacency with which the vital bread and butter issues are viewed by the unaffiliated is cause for concern by all of us, and no less the officers of our organization. The committee is aware that our full-time officers on numerous occasions have spoken to unaffiliated groups, have pleaded with affiliated groups for assistance in encouraging the enrollment and support of unaffiliated unions. This is a critical area of our activity. The health of our organization and continued growth, efficiency, and effectiveness of its operation depends to a large extent upon all the members of organized labor of the various local unions within the state and their leaders, recognizing the responsibility they have and putting their shoulders to the wheel. By so doing, the wheels of union progress may turn steadily and surely throughout the coming years. Short-sightedness across the collective bargaining table must end. On too many occasions in the last score of years, labor union after labor union has negotiated contracts containing more benefits to the workers it represents
On many occasions, these benefits have been effectively canceled or even outlawed by legislative or governmental administrative action. Our officers merit the commendation of all of us for their unselfish devotion to duty and making considerable progress in political education and influence in spite of critical need for more personnel. Likewise, enthusiastic moral and financial support of its program by its affiliates, as well as the unaffiliated locals and members of AFL-CIO throughout the state shall pay dividends in better wages and working conditions. Our union members throughout the state cannot be proud that they have supported with their money only one representative in a long legislative session which continues at this date. It is to our shame that we are so complacent, so unconcerned, that we do not insist upon providing for several such union representatives of the 50,000 working people in the state legislature where we can be and are robbed of wage increases, union security, and other benefits of our employment which have been negotiated and shall be negotiated with our employers. Our support of the Mississippi State Labor Council and its officers needs to go further than that which concerns finances. Your committee makes observation that considerable waste of influence and short-circuiting or even sabotage of the voice of Mississippi labor occurs when individuals or organizations within or on the fringe of the labor movement presume to speak for the Mississippi State Labor Council. Much effort is lost and ineffectiveness results in lack of coordination and cooperation among all of us affiliated with the council. Confused public officials have some considerable difficulty in determining at times who speaks for the AFL-CIO in the state of Mississippi. The policy and practices of the Mississippi Labor Council, to the knowledge of the committee, have been democratically adopted. The record should be quite clear. If not, it should be set straight at this time. The spokesman for the labor movement in the state of Mississippi is our elected officials of the council, and by virtue of his office, the president is authorized to speak for us. No one else is authorized to do so unless delegated by the president or appropriate officer. Such a responsibility should not be confused with the right of the individual, who is entitled to express his opinions, of course. But inherent in this right is that where appropriate, the individual should make it clear that he speaks as such, not as a spokesman for the Mississippi labor movement, specifically the Mississippi Labor Council, AFL-CIO. We must make the sacrifice, if you please, of disestablishing any little kingdoms existing or anticipated. We must make this sacrifice for the good of all Mississippi workers. Some specific comment by the committee is indicated in the area of public relations. Immediately after the Vicksburg Convention, an intensified campaign was waged in the right-to-work fight. We shall not repeat the details in this report, but should like to make the observation that the labor movement made an impressive mark upon the political scene in this state as a result of this campaign. Since that time, the officers have released statements to the press on numerous occasions. On many of these occasions, they have been fairly treated by some of the press in the state, in addition to receiving favorable treatment by radio and TV stations. This activity, in the opinion of the committee, has resulted in considerable increase in the influence and stature of the labor movement in the state of Mississippi. While on some issues our public position will find only a few supporters, we should not be discouraged, but on the other hand should continue to discharge our responsibility to our members and to the public, where we also have many friends, by taking these positions and making our positions known. The committee urges support of its officers in broadening our program of public relations. Finally, the committee understands that insofar as finances are concerned, we are not yet operating from our own resources. We sincerely believe that the Mississippi Union member prefers to pay his own way and even help others rather than being subsidized by our fellow members in other states of the nation. Until this recognition of responsibility comes to all of AFL-CIO affiliates within the state, and they support the council and its programs, we may be compelled to accept assistance from other sources. We must more vividly recognize the rights and responsibility of our partners. Our rights to representation must be accompanied by a genuine sense of responsibility to pay for it. A real challenge faces us of the labor movement, and no less those of us in Mississippi. Our tools of collective bargaining have been dulled and broken. Unified effort and support of labor's program will restore our ability to serve our members' interests better. Our office's effort and record, as viewed by this committee, is deserving of commendation and enthusiastic support. This is a report of the office's report committee, and on behalf of the committee, I move that the report be received by the convention.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee's report, and there is a second. Do we have any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? I'd like to take just a couple of minutes to express my appreciation to this committee for such a job well done. I think they did a magnificent job of pointing out the areas that must receive the attention of the entire labor movement, as well as commending the officers for the efforts that have been put forth. A real magnificent job, and certainly I appreciate it as president of the council. Thank you, Brother Daniel. This time I'm going to call on the chairman of the COPE committee, Brother Bert Bowers, and receive that committee's report. Brother Bowers.
Mr. President, brother and sister delegates, will you remove from your folders resolution number 12? This is the only resolution we had before our committee. I believe most of you have it by now, so I shall read it. It was submitted by the Labor Council Executive Board. Whereas legislation affecting our wages and working conditions is being passed every day. If this trend is to be stopped, labor in Mississippi must become active in the political arena. A central card file established in each central body area seems to hold the key to success. These card files are essential not only in getting our membership qualified to vote, but also in making it possible to communicate with them as well. And whereas women are now showing more understanding, knowledge, and interest in politics, they have played a great part in achieving recent improvements in the national economy and must play an even greater part in the future, not only supporting proposals for economic and social progress, but actively serving and working toward their realization. One of the best ways we can reach political maturity is through women's activities departments. Many states have already realized this. The efforts, quality, and size of our women's activities departments is going to determine to a great extent the political effectiveness and prestige of our local central bodies. And whereas women are participating in political progress through women's activities departments, hundreds of thousands of volunteer hours have been spent in assisting the trade union movement throughout the nation in its political mission. Labor's program in Mississippi cannot become a reality without the full cooperation of the entire labor movement of our state at every level. Therefore be it resolved that the first biennial convention of the Mississippi Labor Council, AFL-CIO, assembled in Jackson, April the 23rd, 24th, 25th, 1962, encourage each central body in the state to take steps to strengthen its political efforts through the establishment, promotion, and implementation of an effective women's activities department. Mr. Chairman, the committee concurs in this resolution and we move its adoption.
You've heard the committee's report, the motion to adopt. We have a second. Any discussion on the motion? Brother Bowers would like to speak for a few minutes on it himself. Brother Bowers?
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't want to belabor you with a lot of talk. I'll leave the speech making to those who are more qualified to make them. However, I do feel that I should say something on this since I have been working in this field for at least the last few months. I don't have any doubt but what you will adopt this resolution because I don't think any of you will disagree with its intent. However, adopting resolutions in our convention is of little or no value unless we follow through on them after we adopt them. You know as well as I'm sure by now, the importance, yes, more than importance, the absolute necessity of political action on our part. This has been pointed out to us by Sister Murray and by others who have spoke to you, and I'm sure Brother Dan Powell, who is to speak later, is going to bring this fact out also. And it's been also brought out the effectiveness of our women folks in this political field. So I'm not going to repeat any of the things that have been said by these people, but I would like to urge each and every one of you, man or woman, and especially the officers of the various central labor unions in the state, to make every effort to see that the intent and purpose of this resolution is carried out in your locality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Bowers. All right. We have any further discussion? Not all in favor of the motion to adopt signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. The chairman of the committee has requested that his committee be discharged with the thanks of the convention. Do we have a motion in that direction? We have a motion that the committee be discharged with the thanks of the convention. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carried and so ordered. I want to say that we appreciate very much the work of this committee, and I personally know that Brother Bowers and a number of the delegates present at this convention have done a magnificent job in the Jackson area. He himself has been working very closely with them, even though this is a field that we refer as the Women's Activities Department. And I know that we've had the same thing going on in a number of other areas, and we're very proud of the work that has been done in each area we have. The Meridian Group, Law, Pascagoula, and so forth. We've come a long ways in this thing already. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a guest with us who's been with us practically from the beginning of the convention. He's been awfully cooperative. We've pushed him all over the place on the program. We pushed him off the platform yesterday And I think it's about time that we quit pushing him around and give him a little time. Now, the gentleman hardly needs an introduction to most of you, but I feel that there are delegates present that haven't had the opportunity or the pleasure to hear this speaker. He has done a magnificent job for our council in Mississippi. Were it not for his efforts, untiring efforts, I doubt seriously if our program of progress would have ever been adopted. We cannot thank this gentleman too much for the hours and hours of work that he put on this project for us. At all times, we have received the fullest of cooperation from him and his associates. This time, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you our old friend Dan Powell, Director of Political and Education in the what region, Dan? Region 5. Brother Powell.
Thank you, Brother Ramsey. Brothers and sisters, I was beginning to wonder, as Claude told you, whether or not I was going to be a holdover for the 1964 convention. When one speaks on the third morning of the convention, there's little left to say. As Stanton Smith told you yesterday that I was going to tell you, and having the high regard for Smith and wanting to improve his powers of prophecy, I'm going to tell you, I had a nice 8-page speech prepared to make to this convention, all written out. Monday morning, Claude got up and spoke, and I tore up 2 pages of it. And Tom Knight spoke. There went another 2 pages. After Robert Oswald and Carl Weissenberg and Esther Murray and Stanton Smith and Senator Collins, the other 4 pages were gone. So this morning I'm speaking from scratch, off the cuff, so to say. Now, speaking that way, it's very, very important that you listen carefully to what's being said. For goodness sakes, don't be like the 2 workers that had got off from work one night and they stopped by the bar to have a drink. And as they were sitting there drinking, the bartender came up to them. He says, "Look," says, "which way are you fellas going when you leave here?" They says, "We're going home. We live north of here." The bartender says, "Well," says, "I'm getting ready to close up. It's almost 12 o'clock. And says, "You see that young lady sitting back there at the table? Says she's had too much to drink. She's a nice girl. She lives here just a few blocks from here. And in the condition she's in, I don't want to put her out on the street. Would you mind taking her by home on your way home?" The 2 fellows said, "No," said, "we wouldn't. We'd be glad to." The bartender says, "Now remember, I told you she was a nice girl. No monkey business." The 2 fellows said, "Look, we just got off from work. We're tired. We're going home. If you want us to take the young lady, we'll take her. Otherwise, just forget about it." The bartender says, "Well, I got to close up. So go ahead and take her home, but remember what I told you." So she was pretty loaded, and it took 2 of them to get her out into the car. And she got in the middle, and they began to drive, and they'd driven a few blocks. When she leaned over and put her arms around the first guy, she says, "You passionate?" He said, "Now, sister, sit up. You heard what the bartender said. No monkey business." She leans over to the other guy and says, "You passionate?" He says, "Sister, sit up. We're going home. No monkey business." So in her condition, she kept herself as erect as she could, and she sat there, and they drove, and they drove, and they almost got to where the 2 fellows lived. So the driver said to the fellow was with him, he says, I wonder where she lives. The bartender said, just a few blocks from here. The other fellow says, I'll ask her. He shook her. He says, sister. Says, where do you live? She said, I told you you were passing it. So the moral to that story, I guess, is to listen carefully to what's being said. I generally like to start off my speeches with a story, but I'm about to get out of that habit, I'll tell you. Because I found out that stories can get you in trouble in a speech. I was speaking to a group in another state recently, and I told them in the beginning of the speech a story about the minister that was admonishing his congregation about the immorality and sin that had been going on. And he told the congregation, he says, you is a sinful congregation. In fact, there's been so much sin going on in this congregation that there ain't a virgin left. And the congregation sat there, didn't say anything. And the minister says, if I am wrong, if there is a virgin in this congregation, let her stand up. And about that time, one little girl, about 18 years old, with a baby about 8 months old in her arms, she stood up in the back of the congregation. The minister looked at her, he says, sister, don't you mean to tell this congregation that you is a virgin? She says, well, no, Sir Parson, but the baby is. Now, I told this story, and I got a fairly good laugh, and I went on. And I got in the serious and sad part of my speech. And I was laying on thick and heavy. And one young lady out about midway of the audience, 10 minutes later, just got the point of that story, and she broke out in a big laugh. And that ruined my speech. I couldn't get the audience to be serious anymore. Despite not having the speech, I'm very glad to be here today and say a few words to you. Sometimes in past conventions, I've told you that I feel almost like a citizen of Mississippi, because for 25 years I've lived up here in Memphis, and I've spent a good part of the time in Mississippi. But today I speak to you not feeling like a citizen of Mississippi, but as a citizen of Mississippi. No, I have moved. But I find that for 27 years I have been under the misapprehension that Memphis was in the state of Tennessee. I've been paying my taxes to the state of Tennessee, and I had a Tennessee driver's license. So naturally, I thought I lived in Tennessee. But a few months ago, the Mississippi State Legislature passed some resolutions criticizing the merchants of Memphis on how they were conducting their business. And then, last March, just last month, Governor Barnett came up to Memphis and he told us how we should run the city. Now, I know that your legislature and I know that your governor are the strongest believers in civil rights, in states' rights. And I know with this strong belief in states' rights that your governor and your legislature would not interfere in the internal affairs of another state unless Memphis is in Mississippi. So the only conclusion that I can come to is that for 27 years I've been paying my taxes to the wrong state. Now, when the legislature and Governor Barnett conferred Mississippi citizenship upon me, and I am thankful for it, but when they did it, they forgot something else. They gave me, in giving me citizenship, the right to criticize the state administration and the legislature. Now, I'm not going to have anything unkind to say about the legislature, the governor, because I agree with the old fellow that was sitting out in front of the country store up in North Mississippi, that Governor Barnett proved something. You know, a tourist came by and he stopped to get a Coca-Cola. This old fellow was sitting out there. And he asked him, he says, "What do you think of Governor Barnett?" And the old fellow stopped his whittling. He says, "I'll tell you." He says, "He proves something." The tourist says, "What do you mean?" He didn't quite understand. He says, "Well," says, "the election of Governor White down here for the second term proved that the people of Mississippi would elect a man to the governor's office for 2 terms. He says the election of Governor Coleman proved that the people of Mississippi would elect a gentleman and an honest man as governor. He says now the election of Barnett proves that the people of Mississippi would be much better off without a governor." To be serious for a moment, there's no state in Area 5, which covers 6 states in the South, that I'm as proud of as I am of the state of Mississippi. There's no state council in all of the South, and I doubt seriously if in the nation, that has made as much progress in the past 5 years, as the Mississippi State Labor Council has made. I want to review a bit of history with you. In 1957, in a hotel room in Nashville, Tennessee at a Cope Area Conference, Director McDevitt and I talked with the officers of the Mississippi Labor Council in 1957, who at that time were Ray Brown and Smith Hart. We were talking to them about what the political prospects in Mississippi were. And I remember one of the things that they said to us, that we don't even have enough money because we've only got 13,000 people affiliated with the council. We don't even have enough money to put on a full-time officer. So National Cope, in order to help you put on a full-time officer in Mississippi, gave you a grant and has continued that grant of $5,000 each year to pay half the salary and expenses of a full-time officer. And you put on Ray Smith Hart, and Ray Smith Hart did a good job. In 3 years, by 1960, you had nearly doubled the affiliation that you had in 1957. In 1958, by 1958, you had set up a congressional district, city central body copes, and a state cope committee, and you'd begun to organize yourself politically. In 1958, you supported a candidate for Congress in the 6th District. And while you didn't win, you made a creditable showing. And labor was probably more active in that congressional race than it had ever been in the state before. In 1959, for the first time in history, the first time in the history of the state of Mississippi, the AFL-CIO, in convention assembled, publicly recommended a candidate for governor. And while we did not win in 1959, we gave good support to the candidate that we recommended under the most difficult of circumstances. And without the support of organized labor in 1959, that candidate, in my opinion, would not have made the runoff. But more important than our support of the candidate was something that happened during that campaign that gave organized labor more prestige in the years that came after than probably anything else that happened during the campaign. We issued a leaflet, 50,000 of them. How many of you saw this leaflet that was issued 3 years ago? Let's see your hands. How many of you saw it when it came out? It was called A Warning to Mississippi Workers. And in this leaflet, we told the people of Mississippi what was behind the Barnett campaign. The Manufacturers Association to control state government. We reminded them that John Gregg, the executive secretary of the Mississippi Manufacturers Association, was the campaign manager for Barnett. We went further and we told them what was going to happen. And then on the back of this leaflet, as a final word, we said, a day of decision. And I want to read you just one paragraph from the back page of this leaflet. The Manufacturers Association candidates are pledged to enact into law the Manufacturers Association legislative program, which will save manufacturers millions of dollars in taxes, but increase the taxes on working people. Did that come true? Did they cut the taxes on big business? And are they getting ready to load that tax load now on your shoulders? The bill is over there. And we continued. Reduce and restrict workmen's compensation to injured workers. Have they done that? Huh? They've reached your workmen's compensation bill, which was once the best bill in the United States. Today it's the worst. Reduce and restrict unemployment insurance benefits. You saw that happen in this session of the legislature. Cripple and shackle trade unions to prevent unions from getting wage increases and other benefits for workers. Has this administration crippled and shackled your unions? Did they put the right to work law into the Constitution? Has the governor himself personally intervened in your organizing campaigns? All of this came true. Claude Ramsey, Tom Knight, and the others on the Mississippi Executive Board told you 3 years ago what was going to happen if this man was elected. But unfortunately, all of our people didn't believe it. We had some labor leaders in this state that didn't follow the recommendation of State Cope, who went out and supported this man for governor. And today, all of the working people, organized and unorganized, are paying the price for their folly. In 1960, when the Right to Work Amendment to the Constitution came up, you made a valiant fight, a good fight in this state. And you surprised the political experts who predicted that the Right to Work Amendment would pass by a 10-to-1 majority. And the Right to Work boys were held to about a 2-to-1 majority. You did an excellent job in the 1960 campaign. And in 1961, through the foresight of your officers, a program of progress was developed in this state and presented in district meetings to the officers of all local unions in Mississippi. And then we went into the local union meetings and presented it there. And then on July the 14th, in what in my opinion is the finest hour in the history of the Mississippi labor movement, you voted by an overwhelming majority to adopt that program of progress and to assess yourselves or your local unions $1.50 per month to support that program, or $1.50 per year to support that program. And the news of what you did in that convention last July spread to the state councils all over the nation. After you adopted the program of progress here in Mississippi, the state of Tennessee adopted it. The state of Oregon adopted it. Delaware adopted it. And this same program of progress that was adopted here in Mississippi is now pending before a convention in Maine, in South Carolina, in Florida, and in Arkansas. And next year, the state of North Carolina will also launch such a program. The program of progress which you adopted is a long-range program. It was not intended to produce immediate results. Now, the reason that I say that, or the reason that I emphasize that, is that in talking with some of you, I have noted some discouragement that we haven't seen results from the program of progress yet, that we haven't introduced bills in the legislature to put this program of progress into effect. If you will remember, if you listened well, we said to you this at the time we presented the program of progress to the convention. It's right here in the program prospectus. Because the present governor and majority in the legislature were elected with the support of the Mississippi Manufacturers Association and other special interest groups, there is little chance of any legislation being passed to improve the social or economic welfare of the working people of Mississippi during the 3 remaining years of this administration and this legislature. And then we went further and outlined in the program, we says we propose the following legislative program for 1964. 1964. So the 14-point program of progress was never intended to be introduced in this session of the legislature. It would be a waste of time, because this was a legislature that was elected along with Barnett in 1959. Experience has shown in the other states that under the program of progress, the most hazardous period to the state council are the months that intervene between the adoption of the program, when the locals begin to pay the dedicated assessment, and the first election that we come into under this program. This is a danger period. Now in Mississippi, this period ran from July the 14th last year until August 1963, when we go into the election. Now this is a period of building. And you know, building is not very glamorous, like getting bills passed. Effective women's activities departments in each one of these central body COPs. This is a period when we must set up a statewide central card file to reach our membership by mail. This is a period when we must set up central card files in the various central bodies over the state. This is a period when we must check membership lists to see who's paid their poll tax and who's registered to vote and who is not. This is a period when we must get our members qualified to vote. And this is a period when we must find candidates for the legislature for the 1963 election. Now, in most states, during the period between the time that the program is passed and the time we get to the first election with the program, we lose some affiliation. And I understand that we've lost some affiliation in Mississippi. As I get the figure, it's somewhere between 19 and 1,500 people. It has been worse in some of the other states. But once you get to the election, once you have a victory, once you begin to get your legislation passed, then the state council takes on a new importance, and people begin to affiliate. Look at the state of Louisiana. They had about 15,000 people affiliated at the time of the merger. Then they repealed the right to work bill, and the affiliation soared up to 70,000. 15 to 70,000. Why? Because they had had a victory. This is the experience that we've had in every state. And I predict that in every one of these states where this program is underway, that once the results begin to be achieved, once we begin to win elections and get legislation enacted, that we are not only going to pick up the membership that was lost during the dead period of this program, but we are going to pick up new membership too. But you've already begun to get results from the program of progress here in Mississippi. And we haven't gotten into election yet, but you're already beginning to get results. For the first time in the history of the labor movement in this state, the politicians consider labor a major factor in Mississippi politics. Politicians are almost daily calling on Claude Ramsey, Tom Knight, and other leaders of labor, seeking labor support in the 1963 campaign, something they've never done in this state before. And secondly, you have been far, far more effective in this 1962 session of the legislature than you were in the 1960 session. Why? They suddenly love you? Huh? They haven't passed nearly as much bad legislation this time, in this session, as they passed in 1960. They don't love you. But when you adopted this program last July, you scared some of them. You scared some of them. They knew that you were building the machinery and the wherewithal to bring about that defeat in 63. So you slowed them down. You didn't stop them, but you slowed them down. Through this program, you've made it possible for your president to do an effective job in this legislature. And he and Tom Knight should be congratulated. Special congratulations. on the job that they have already done on this program of progress. We're getting results in nearly every one of the 14 central labor unions in the state. Not all of them, but in nearly all of them. We have set up effective or revitalized our COPE committees. We've got women's activities departments. We're getting cards checked. We're setting up central files. In your state council office, you've established a central card file that contains more than 20,000 names of union members in Mississippi. Do you realize that this is the first time in the history of the trade union movement in this state that you've ever been able to mail to 20,000 union members in their homes? You can do it today. You've already done it once. And there are going to be many, many more mailings. You're going to send out the voting record on this legislature, I understand, to the rank and file members. Whether or not you realize what a powerful weapon this is, the politicians do. They do. Maybe as I use the word program of progress, some of you wonder, well, now I've heard that phrase. What is the program of progress? This is a folder which I think all of you have seen. It's an 18-point legislative program. It calls for the establishment of a labor department in the state of Mississippi. You're the only state in America today, in the United States, that doesn't have a labor department. Do you know that the governor and the legislature, and for some years have, think more of the fish and the birds in Mississippi than they think of the working people? Because they have a Fish and Game Commission, but they don't have a labor department. Reapportion the state legislature. This is the second thing it calls for. 45 small counties in Mississippi, with only a third of the state's population, control 55% of the seats in the Senate and 51% of the seats in the House. It is estimated that a majority of less than 10% of the voters in Mississippi control that state legislature. Increased workmen's compensation is a third thing the program calls for. Repeal the crippling amendments that this administration has enacted and expand the law to give the injured worker the coverage to which he deserves. The program calls for guaranteed loans, state loans, to high school students. Do you know that of the thousands of boys and girls that will graduate from Mississippi high schools next month and the following month, that less than 1/4, less than 1 out of 4 will ever get a college education? Why? Is it because that these boys and girls are not capable of taking more education? Is it because their families don't want them to have a college education? No. It's because we don't have the money. Today, a college education is expensive. And 3/4 of the families, the kids who graduate from high school in Mississippi this year, don't have the money to send those children to college. Now, every survey that's been made shows that a college graduate during the course of his lifetime will earn from 50 to 100% more than a non-college graduate. This means that the average boy or girl in Mississippi who goes to college when he graduates will earn over a lifetime $125,000 more than his classmate who had to drop out of school at high school graduation. The program calls for increased unemployment insurance. It calls for a revision of the Mississippi tax laws. It calls for an enactment of the Davis-Bacon prevailing wage law to require the payment of prevailing wages on all city and county construction to prevent the taxpayers' money from being used to import from outside Mississippi scab labor at scab rates. It calls for the change of primary election days from Tuesday to Saturdays. And you heard the president of the Young Democrats join with us in calling for this. It calls for temporary disability insurance law to provide you with an income when you are sick or injured away from the job. It calls for a raise in the salaries of Mississippi school teachers to bring the salaries of our teachers up to an average of that of southern states. It calls for the enactment of comprehensive child labor laws. It calls for civil service law to cover all state employees, for the qualification of women as jurors in this state, and an increase in the maximum amount of assistance to the aged, and for a constitutional amendment to provide for initiative and referendum procedures in the state, to give the people the final voice in government in Mississippi as they have in Arkansas, where the people by petition can amend the Constitution, where the people by petition can get a legislative act on the ballot, where the people by petition can stop a detrimental act of the legislature from going into force. It calls for the enactment of a State Fair Labor Standards Act to provide a minimum wage and a maximum hours of work for employees not covered by the Federal Labor Standards Act. And it calls for the elimination of the payment of poll tax as a qualification to vote, so that more of the working people in Mississippi will vote. And finally, it calls for a law requiring equal pay to women for equal work, the thing that Esther Peterson talked to you about the other day. Now, in order to get this 18-point program enacted into legislation, we are going to have to elect in 1963, or help elect, a governor who is concerned with the welfare of the people of Mississippi. We're going to have to elect a friendly majority in the Senate and the House. Now, there are some among us who say, well, can we do it? Can we do it? I say have faith. We have a great political potential in Mississippi. Organized labor in Mississippi today is the largest economic group in the state. We have more members of the AFL-CIO in Mississippi than the combined membership of the State Chamber of Commerce and all the local branches of the Chambers of Commerce, of the Mississippi Manufacturers Association and the Farm Bureau, all told. We've got more membership than the combined total of these three organizations. There are more than 50,000 union members in Mississippi. Most of those members have wives or husbands, which come to at least another 45,000. All of those union members have friends or families that they could influence the vote for the Labor program and the candidates recommended by Labor. Let's assume that we've only got, per member, 2 relatives or 2 friends that could be influenced to vote for Labor. That would mean another 100,000 votes. So add up the 50,000 union members, the 45,000 wives or husbands, the 100,000 relatives or friends, and we get a potential Labor vote in Mississippi of 195,000 members. Now that's a potential. That's not an actual. That's the goal. And I say to you that it's going to be a long, long time before we reach that goal of 195,000 voters. But we can develop and mobilize in this next election a part of that 195,000 potential. Did you know that if we can mobilize, if we can get to the polls in support of the candidates recommended by Labor, between 35 and 40%, that's between 3 and 4 of every 10 union members, their wives and families, less than half. If we can get to the polls between 35 and 40%, we will be able to put at the polls in 1963 a vote of 70 to 80,000 people. And if we can put 70 to 80,000 people at the polls, a friendly governor will be elected, and we can pick up 20 or 49 seats in the Senate, a majority, and we can pick up 71 of 140 representatives, a majority in the House. Now this is not an impossibility. It can be done. It can be done. I don't say it will be done, but I say it can be done. And I know of no other group in the state of Mississippi, including the Manufacturers Association, including the Chambers of Commerce, that have as much native political ability as you people sitting here today. The very fact that you're here proves your political ability. You got elected to come. You got elected to come. And I'll say this to you. If you will put forth as much time and energy in your counties, or electing a legislator or a state senator, as you've put forth here in the last 24 hours trying to get your friends elected to this executive board, if you will put forth that much effort, we'll have a new legislature in 1963. We've got a program that we can sell the people of Mississippi because it's the only program that any organization in this state has come forward with to boost, to improve the economic and social welfare of the people of Mississippi. Contrast this program here with a narrow, selfish program of profit for industry, of the Manufacturers Association. What does that program call for? Lower taxes on manufacturers, higher taxes on the people. Restriction of workmen's compensation and unemployment insurance. The Chamber of Commerce, the same thing. But you've come forth with a program, not to benefit just the members of trade unions, but to benefit the people of Mississippi. You know, 80 to 85% of the population of this state is composed of wage and salary earners. only about 15% is composed of ownership. 80 to 85% is composed of people who work for a wage or salary the same way that you do. They don't all belong to your unions. But you're the only organization in the state whose programs are dedicated to their welfare. When you go out here and get wage increases, every one of these wage and salary earners eventually benefits from the wage increase that you got. Because eventually it raises the entire wage level of Mississippi. And despite the fact that you have the lowest income, per capita income of any state in the nation today, the businessmen of Mississippi ought to get on their hands and knees and thank God for organized labor. Because if it hadn't been for you, the per capita income in this state would be more than what it is today. You get this program enacted into law. Who will benefit? The wage and salary earners first. But also the retail merchants of Mississippi will benefit as much as the wage and salary earners will benefit. And if you'll bear with me, I'll give you a little simple arithmetic. Wage and salary earners constitute from 80 to 85% of the customers of every retail business in this state, don't they? Now, when wage and salary earners get higher wages and higher salaries, they spend more money with the retail merchant, don't they? Huh? We don't save our money. How many of you got $1,000 in the bank? Let's see your hands. We don't save it. It barely gets the pocket warm before it goes out and retrade channels. If this program goes into effect, it will raise the per capita income of this state several $100s per person. Overall, this will mean more profits for the merchants of Mississippi. As an example of what I'm talking about, in 1959 there was a per capita income over the United States. The average for the United States was $2,166. The per capita income in the state of Mississippi was only $1,164, or $1,002 per person in Mississippi, less than it was in the rest of the nation. Now, what did that mean? That means that the people of Mississippi can only buy about half as much as the people in the rest of the states. What does that mean to the merchants of Mississippi? That means that the customers only have the money to buy half as much as they do in other states. Now, if you will take that $1,002 less that Mississippi workers got in per capita income, or the people of Mississippi got in per capita income, and multiply it by the state's total population of 2,163,000, you will find that the merchants of Mississippi lost in retail sales, and are losing each year about $1.5 billion. $1.5 billion. This is a story you ought to get to your merchants. Higher wages mean more sales. Strong trade unions mean higher wages and more sales for them. Now, in conclusion, let me say this. We can sell this program. We can win this election. in 1963. If we believe in labor, if we are proud of labor. I remember the story that Al Barkin tells of the International Union president who was invited to address a class in economics in an Eastern college. It was a college that had average income students. It was not Yale or Harvard where the sons of the rich go. And when the International Union president finished talking to the economics class, they opened up for questions. And the questions that he received were so hostile, so anti-labor, that he was amazed. He stopped. He says, how many of you here, how many of you students came from a trade union home where your father, your mother, your brother, your sister, or somebody in your immediate family has been a member of a trade union? And out of a class of 40, 33 held up their hands. They'd come from trade union homes. And then he asked, he says, how many of you would join a trade union today? And of the 33, only 3 held up their hands. We haven't been very proud of the trade union movement in the past, have we? We haven't taught our children to be proud of it. And I say to you this, there's no other organization in America that can be as proud as we in organized labor can be. Because we have fought the good fight. We've fought the battle for the people. We've been on the right side of the issues. Contrast the record of organized labor in America with the record of the National Association of Manufacturers and the United States Chamber of Commerce. Go back to the latter days of the last century when the fight for public education was being made in America for public schools. At that time, only the children of the rich got an education because they were private schools, and the working people didn't have the money to pay the tuition. Organized labor was in the forefront of the battle for public schools. And who do you think was opposing public education in America? Who do you think was against schools for the people? The National Association of Manufacturers. The United States Chamber of Commerce. They were in the forefront of the battle against public education in America. And they were telling the people, it's socialistic. It's socialistic. And a few years later, a great battle was fought throughout this land for the enactment of child labor legislation. As late as 1910 in the state of North Carolina, a textile manufacturer's equipment company issued a catalog showing a stand that the textile manufacturers could put beside a machine so that it would raise a 10-year-old boy up high enough to operate that machine. Children in America at the turn of this century, in many of the industries, children of 8, 9, 10, and 11 years old were working not 8 hours a day, but 10, 12, and 14 hours a day in the factories and the mines of America. And so labor took the forefront in leading the fight for child labor legislation to prevent the exploitation of children. And who do you think opposed that fight? The National Association of Manufacturers and the United States Chamber of Commerce. It says, we believe in freedom. We believe in the freedom, and they are always great defenders of freedom, of the employer to hire who he wants to hire, whatever wages he wants to pay. Time went on, And we got the child labor laws enacted in most of the states. And then Social Security came upon the scene. And again, it was organized labor that was in the forefront with Roosevelt for the battle for Social Security. And we find the National Association of Manufacturers, the Chamber of Commerce, opposing Social Security. The same thing with the Fair Labor Standards Act. The same thing with unemployment insurance. Today, we find the same situation being repeated. Medical care for the aged through Social Security. Organized labor leading the fight on one side, the NAM and the United States Chamber of Commerce opposing it. Federal aid to education. So in conclusion, let me say to you this. Go in here. Be proud of the organization that you belong to. We have a great heritage. It's a guy that belongs to the National Association of Manufacturers with the State Chamber of Commerce. It should feel ashamed for the sorry record that our organization has got. Go out of here. Be proud of your organization. Do the job that is done, can be done, and we'll win in 1963. We'll win. It's been a privilege and a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Dan, for such a wonderful address. I think that you have again inspired our people to go out and roll up their sleeves and get on with the job. I realize that we have gone over into I'd like to call on the chairman of the Public Relations and Education Committee for a partial report. Brother Jack Schaefer, due to the resignation of Brother Holloway, has assumed the chairmanship of that committee. Brother Schaefer.
Thank you, President Ramsey. Distinguished guests, delegates to the convention. I'm still bothered with a little bug that I've had for a few weeks, so be patient with my voice, please. Our committee has considered a resolution and now are presenting it to you in regards to education. It says, whereas in the early days of our republic, education was available only to the children of the wealthy. Excuse me. If you have this resolution with you, it's resolution number 11. I'm sure that you do have it. Most of you have it. We'll proceed to read it. Whereas in the early days of our republic, education was available only to the children of the wealthy, private schools were the only schools in existence. Because of the high cost involved, the children of wage earners and other poor classes of people were unable to secure even the bare rudiment of an education. The far-sighted leaders of that day knew that democracy itself was dependent upon education of the masses. They therefore proposed that a system of public schools supported by taxation be established, assuring an education to the child of even the poorest parent. The debate over this question was long and severe before victory was attained. The wealthy and special interest groups fought the proposal. The labor movement led the battle in support of it. And whereas today we have a similar debate raging throughout the nation, federal aid to education. As in yesteryear, democracy again has a stake in the final outcome. The worldwide struggle between the free nations
of the world and those of the communistic ideology can easily be determined in our classrooms. As in the earlier debate on public schools, the labor movement is again in the forefront of the battle to provide adequate finances to the public school system of our nation. And whereas, because of the antiquated system of taxation in the various states, practically every school district in the United States has reacted to the saturation point in both bonded indebtedness and levies allowed. If our public school systems are to be improved and in many cases even maintained, help must come from the federal government. And whereas the Kennedy administration has proposed a plan whereby federal assistance would be provided to elementary and high schools, it is in this area that the greatest need lies. As they should, local school boards would still maintain control of the school systems under this plan. Unfortunately, legislation implementing this plan has been blocked in the Rules Committee of the House of Representatives, and whereas many groups throughout the nation, including the Mississippi Education Association, have endorsed this or similar legislation, several groups are also opposed to it. The age-old argument of federal intervention and infringement upon states' rights is heard, while the states' responsibilities and the fact that the federal government acts only where the states refuse or are unable to act are ignored. In each and every case, the opponents fail to offer a workable solution to the problem. A study of the proposed legislation and attendant facts should cause concern to the people of Mississippi. Discloses the following. 1, the proposal would aid elementary and high schools based on a formula calculated according to the resources of the various states. Mississippi would gain more than any other state under this formula. 2, the average per capita spend in 1959, latest figures available, in all elementary and high schools in the United States was $80. In 5 of the wealthiest states, Delaware, Connecticut, Nevada, California, and New York, the outlay was $101. In 5 of the poorest states, Mississippi, Arkansas, Alabama, South Carolina, and South Dakota, the outlay was only $57. 3, a comparison of the richest states with the poorest states provides an interesting study in contrast. The state of Delaware spent $120 per child in 1959, while Mississippi spent less than $59. Taxpayers in Delaware paid less than $6.50 per $100 earned in local and state taxes, while the Mississippi taxpayer paid an average of $10.60. The national average was $8.50. 4, approximately 72% of Mississippi's revenue is derived from the regressive sales tax. This means that the bulk of the tax burden is shouldered by the poor. In comparison, the federal government raises 80% of its revenue from the progressive income tax. 5, as indicated by the Mississippi legislature's plight in finding additional revenue to finance the state government, the saturation point in taxes of a consumer nature has apparently been reached in Mississippi. 6, the average salary of Mississippi school teachers is less than $3,500, while the national average is approximately $5,400. If we are to keep qualified teachers in our classrooms, it is imperative that salaries be raised. 7, the argument that the federal government should not enter the educational field is refuted before it gets started. Congress entered this field in 1785 when a section of every township in the federal domain was set aside for education. The 16th section school lands presently existing in Mississippi are related to this act of Congress. Mississippi State University and Alcorn A&M were established as a result of the Land Grant Act. Agriculture and extension work of both of these institutions are the result of federal assistance. 8, the argument that federal assistance means control is refuted by the record also, starting with the Land Grant Act of 1862 and continuing with the GI Bill of Rights and the National Defense Act of recent years. Control of the public schools has always been in the hands of the local school boards. Local control of the schools is essential to the institution of American education. All proposals now before Congress would maintain this concept. Therefore, be it resolved that the delegates assembled in this convention in Jackson, Mississippi, April 23rd, 4th, and 5th, 1962, endorse federal assistance to the public schools as outlined by President Kennedy, and be it further resolved that the delegates of this convention will go back to their respective communities and begin a campaign of enlightenment whereby this vital legislation will be enacted, and be it finally resolved that copies of this resolution be sent to each member of the Mississippi Congressional Delegation, officers of the Mississippi Education Association, and other interested groups. Mr. Chairman, our committee concurs in this, and I move its adoption.
You've heard the committee's report and the motion to adopt the resolution. We have a second to the motion. We have a second to the motion. Do we have any discussion? The motion to adopt the resolution? If not, all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. In view of the fact that we have our distinguished State Superintendent of Education billed as our next speaker, we deemed it appropriate to bring this resolution forward prior to his address. We wanted him to know what Labor's position was in regards to this very, very vital question of financing our public school system. Yesterday, we had a most distinguished member of the legislature lay bare the facts of the present administration and describe very appropriately the deplorable situation that we now find ourselves in with the present administration. He mentioned the fact that this administration had surrounded itself with a group of wolves and jackals, I believe was the term he used. These same wolves and jackals will be the same people that will do everything possible and are doing everything possible to destroy the public school system, not only of this state, but of this nation. And this cannot happen. This absolutely cannot happen in this day and time, because the outcome of the great world conflict now in progress can easily enough be determined in the public schools of this nation. We are very privileged this afternoon to have appeared on our program again one of our most distinguished public officials. He's did a magnificent job for the public schools of our state. In spite of the fact, as we mentioned in the resolution, that our school systems, as teachers' salaries and things of this kind, still rank at the bottom of the nation. Were it not for the efforts of such people as Superintendent Tubb, we would indeed be in great difficulty with this school system. Great progress has been made in our school system in recent years under his direction. Mr. Tubb appeared on our program last year at Vicksburg. We're very happy to have him with us again this year.
He's a man of vision and of courage. He had the gall to stand before a group of people not too long ago and make a statement that the state of Mississippi could absolutely not afford to see its public school system destroyed. And because of this statement, the wolves and the jackals began to howl. And you know what I mean. So at this time, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you your State Superintendent of Education, J.M. Tubb. Mr. Tubb.
President Ramsey and our platform guests, members of the Mississippi Labor Council, ladies and gentlemen, I deeply appreciate the invitation from your president, Mr. Ramsey, that made it possible for me to be with you again in your annual convention here in the Heidelberg Hotel. Now, this speech may be just a little bit stale because Brother Ramsey had me on the program at 10 o'clock, according to the program, and this speech should have been made at 10 o'clock, but we couldn't get here at that time. And if you should get sleepy, gentlemen, I'll say this. Please stay awake because the next speaker will be a beautiful young lady who will stand before you. And you will want to hear her at least. Mr. Ramsey asked that I speak something on education or in the field of education. We know the value of it. I know that you people do because you are interested in your schools and your local communities. Let's see what the great men have said about it. If a nation expects to be ignorant and free in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be, said by the great Thomas Jefferson. The whole people must take upon themselves the education of the whole people and must be willing to bear the expense of it. John Adams, coming from a man like that, it certainly means something. Without popular education, moreover, no government which rests upon popular action can long endure. Woodrow Wilson, the first duty of government and the surest evidence of good government is the encouragement of education. DeWitt Clinton, in proportion as the structure of a government gives force to public opinion, it is essential that public opinion should be enlightened. George Washington. Religion, morality, and knowledge being essential to good government, the preservation of liberty and the happiness of mankind. Schools and the means of education shall be forever encouraged in this state. The Constitution of Mississippi of 1817, also of 1832, and in the Northwest Ordinance. The best way to attract a good industry to your town is not to lower taxes, it is to have good schools. The single most important item in selecting a location for new research facilities is the quality of the local school. Military men, government leaders, and educators will tell you that if we are to win the Cold War in which we are engaged with the Russian leaders with their godless ideologies, the greatest factor will be education. Someone has expressed the meaning of education in poetry. Education is an art, the noblest, grandest art. Its inspiration fills the generous heart. It calls forth nature from the rugged glen and fashions human marble into men. These are a few things that have been said about the value of education in carrying on our country and the perpetuation of our ideals in America. Our forefathers, in writing the Constitution of 1817, used these words which have been quoted before: religion, morality, and knowledge being essential to good government, the preservation of liberty, and the happiness of mankind, schools and the means of education shall be forever encouraged in this state. That was carried forward in the Constitution of 1832. Albert Gallatin Brown, that great governor of Mississippi, breathed life into those sections of the Constitution when he stood before the joint session of the House and Senate on January the 6th, 1846, and recommended a public school program and outlined how it should be organized and financed. It is interesting indeed to study Governor Brown's recommendations. He said that no argument to the representatives of a free people was needed to encourage the diffusion of knowledge. He further stated that the boys who grew up in vice and ignorance would be as potential at the ballot box as the wise and virtuous. He continued, the benefits are not priceless. If we are to enjoy the blessings of education and transmit its fruits to our posterity, we must expect to pay for them. Although that was said in 1846, it is true today. If we are to have a good educational program in this state, we must expect to pay for that program. This man more than 100 years ago knew what it meant. Governor Brown told the legislature that contributions were made annually for the support of the various departments of government, the legislature, the judiciary, the executive. That contributions were made for the erection of prison houses and temples of justice, but to that which lies at the bottom of them all, and without which the whole must become as sounding brass and tinkling cymbals, we contribute nothing. And that was true at that time. Money was not paid for public education. The legislature 2 months afterwards enacted his recommendations into law, but because of the impending struggle between the states, Governor Brown did not get to see his recommendations become a working reality. In 1829, 4 years before our second Constitution was adopted in 1832, a Labor Party in New York City recommended a school system that shall unite under the same roof the children of the poor man and the rich, the widow's charge and the orphan, where the road to distinction shall be superior industry, virtue, requirement without reference to descent. And since that time, thousands of boys from the poorest homes in America have taken the lead in this country. This was a time in our nation's history when many parents had to declare themselves paupers in order to get their children into the free public schools. Dr. Elwood Cubberley, historian of American education, wrote, "The friends of free schools were at first commonly regarded as fanatics, dangerous to the states. The idea of providing free education for all out of public taxation was denounced as socialistic and destructive of individual initiative. The fight for public schools for all the children of all the people have been long and hard. In the state of Mississippi, our public school program had its beginning under the Constitution of 1869 and the laws made in pursuance to that Constitution in 1870. After Appomattox, the North renewed her efforts to build her great industrial plants. The Midwest became the granary of the world. Our section, the South, was impoverished, and upon the shoulders of our people were placed the heaviest burdens mankind has ever experienced. We fell behind perhaps 2 generations in the field of education. Yet through the long, hard years, our people have toiled and worked and prayed for better educational opportunities for all the children of the people. A new day has dawned for the Magnolia State. The gap that has widely separated us educationally from other sections of our country has been narrowed. The margin has been closed in many phases of education. The new look at education and the necessity of it for survival have brought about great improvements in Mississippi. In the session of 1945 and 46, the average salary for classroom teachers in Mississippi was $805.12. For Negro teachers that year, the average was $398.12. Under the improved program, the average salary for classroom teachers this year will be approximately $3,560. Salary for Negro teachers during the decade and a half have advanced approximately 700%. A study made by the National Educational Association reveals that Mississippi led the nation in the percent of increase in teacher salaries in the decade of 1950 to 60. This increase amounted to 130.4%. Trouble there is that our salaries were too low back when we started the study. In 1945 and 46, the cost per pupil in average daily attendance was $46.98. In 1950 and 51, it was $81.94. This year, the per pupil cost in average daily attendance will be approximately $210. You may think this varies some from the paper that was read, but it doesn't, because this was based upon average attendance, while the other was based upon the population, I believe, of the state. In this phase of our school program, the survey of the NEA again shows that Mississippi led the nation during the 1950 and 60 period with an increase of 142.9%. In 1950-51, 2,318 Negro teachers taught on Class E certificates, the lowest type issued, less than a high school education in most instances. Last year, only 33 Negro teachers taught on E certificates. In 1950-51, 1,538 Negro teachers had Class A and AA certificates, the highest we issue in Mississippi, except certificates issued on doctor's degrees. In 1959 and 60, 6,039 Negro teachers drew their salaries on Class A and AA certificates. Approximately 90% of all teachers in Mississippi hold the A and AA certificates at the present time. I predict that 95% will hold the highest certificates we issue within the next 3 years. Our Mississippi teachers are to be commended for their desire to improve themselves as teachers. In 1948, and you will listen to these figures, in 49, 17,728 Negro students were transported to school, and 150,625 whites were transported. During the 1960 and 61 session, an average of 290,000 boys and girls were transported to school each day. Of this number, 150,000 were whites and 140,000 were Negroes. This number will be more nearly equal when buildings now under construction and those planned are completed. Pupils are transported to public schools in Mississippi at public expense, and all metal school buses equipped with necessary safety features. In 1946, for the first time in the state of Mississippi, the legislature met its obligations toward meeting the school building needs. In that year, in 1946, the sum of $3 million was appropriated to help the local school districts with their school building needs. From that day in 1946 until the beginning of next year, 1963, when our most pressing needs will have been met in school buildings, Mississippians will have spent or obligated themselves to the extent of $225 million. And wherever we may go, we will feel a sense of pride because we do know that our state has good school buildings. There are many questions and problems in the field of education that are confronting the people of Mississippi at this time. However, the most pressing need and the one that needs immediate attention is in the salary field. We have not been successful during the last 2 years in closing the wide gap that exists in our salary schedule in Mississippi with that of the southeastern states, the southern states, and of the United States. The average salary for teachers in the following states, Louisiana, Arkansas, South Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, and Florida, is $4,487. In Mississippi, the average is $3,560. Thus, there is a wide margin of $927 between these states and our state of Mississippi. The 15 states that might be termed the most southern pay their teachers on an average for the session 1961-62, $4,656. Thus, the margin in those states compared with Mississippi is $1,096 on the average per teacher. In the United States, the average salary of teachers is $5,527, making a difference of $1,967 on an average between our state and those of the United States of America. And I'm saying to you this because our teachers, from an academic standpoint and from certification standpoint, under the most rigid certification program in America, stand with the top states from the standpoint of preparation. And our teachers, with the preparation far in excess of those of other states, are getting the lowest salary in America. The average percent of increase in teacher salaries for the 1961 and 62 session, that's the one that has just closed, over the session in 1960 and 61 in the following states: Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, Arkansas, and Florida, was 6 and 38/100%. In Mississippi, the raise was 2 and 86/100% during the last 2 years. So you see the gap is widening instead of being closed. The sum of $130 million is needed for the next biennium. That's the one we're in now. And I'm over at the Capitol building every now and then, and I see your president over there most of the time. He runs over me most of the time getting around. It will provide raises only when teachers go from a lower bracket to a higher one, or when teachers gain by experience. The sum of $144 million has been recommended by the Mississippi Educational Association and supported by the State Department of Education and the Mississippi Congress of Parents and Teachers. This amount will not bring Mississippi up to the average of the southeastern states, but it will bring us nearer unless in the meantime other states through their legislatures increase appropriations. In the school building field, in transportation, in the upgrading of teacher certification, in the school lunchroom program, in vocational education, special education, and other phases, Mississippi has made remarkable progress. In fact, in most areas, Mississippi stands alongside those states in the upper brackets in the field of education. However, at the present time, this great program of education is being underwritten in a measure by the unselfish and dedicated willingness of our teachers to teach at a sacrifice rather than leave their native state for greener pastures. Undue delay in meeting our responsibility to the school teachers of Mississippi will mean disaster to our public schools. Now coming to the financing of the schools, which has been brought out here so well this afternoon, I want to say this. The financing of the public schools is borne by the state, the local school districts, and by the federal government. Those who point to federal participation as acceptable say that we have been receiving help from this source for many years. We'll have a duplicate of that, of your resolution there to an extent. In the early 1800s, the 16th sections were given by the federal government for schools. In 1862, the Morrill Act provided for land-grant colleges, and through these colleges, extension departments and 4-H clubs are carried on. In 1917, the Smith-Hughes Act was passed, and this legislation was followed by similar legislation and additional appropriations. Vocational agriculture, vocational home economics, trades and industry received benefit from this legislation, and out of these fields come the organizations of the future farmers of America, the new farmers of America, the future homemakers of America, the new homemakers of America, and the Tide Clubs. The National Defense Education Act of 1958 provided for the strengthening the teaching of science, mathematics, and modern foreign languages. Also, it provided for testing and guidance, for loans, fellowships, and scholarships for worthy students. Vocational technical training was also provided. Many other phases of this legislation sought to strengthen our schools. A paragraph in the Defense Act clearly stated that there would be no federal control. In our state, the people would not want the federal government to get control of the curriculum or to usurp the local power. The Mississippi Education Association adopted a resolution endorsing federal aid for schools without federal control. If we are to finance properly a school program that will meet the needs of our people in this competitive world, then we must give great consideration to a revenue program that will be adequate. Now, in conclusion, I want to make another quotation from one of your organizations. In the years gone by, in your national convention in 1922, the delegates concluded that as school boards become more powerful, it is essential that control should be democratic and that those in authority should be responsible to the people. The philosophy rings as true today as it did 40 years ago when that was adopted by your organization. Mississippians must never relinquish that privilege of voting for their chief state school officer of this state, nor in any way surrender their authority in the operation of the public schools to those sponsoring false ideologies or to the vested interest of this country. The schools belong to the people, and they must stay in the hands of the people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jack, for such a magnificent address. It's been a real pleasure to have had you on our program again. And I can assure you that you will continue to receive the fullest of cooperation of our people in this most vital area, field of public education. Listening to Jack speak here, it occurred to me that maybe we might have the solution to the school teachers' problem, pay increases. I could just possibly get a representative of the American Federation of Teachers in the Mississippi, and we might get something started. This might be the answer to it. I've been very watchful of my good friend Tubbs' operation, connection with the legislative process and so forth. I'm absolutely amazed at the organization he's got. Now, we think we might be organized. You ought to see the organization that Jack Tubbs got. He's got to the point that when he calls his school teachers into the capital city, the legislature packs their bags and leaves town. Now, this is where he's got the situation. Now, any time that we can get in this position, then we'll be in good shape also. Jack, we'd like to extend to you an invitation to remain for the duration of the... Now we have with us again one of our real favorites. It's been our privilege at this convention to have listened to two distinguished ladies, Mrs. Esther Peterson and Mrs. Esther Murray. Both were from outside this state. It was my hope that it would have been possible for these two ladies to have been around when we brought our lady forward on the podium. With distinction, she's dedicated her life to service to the people. At the present time, she's minding the bank. The bank's about broke, but she's still got the piggy, I guess whatever they keep it in over there. I don't think there's much left right now, according to what the paper says. So at this time, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you your own state treasurer, Miss Evelyn Gandy.
President Ramsey, convention delegates, and guests. Thank you, Mr. Ramsey, for your very kind introduction. You afford me an honor by inviting me once again to be on your program. And I'm personally pleased that you invited me at this particular session when you are have just heard our distinguished State Superintendent, Mr. Tubb, and when you will also hear my good friend and former colleague in the legislature, William Winter. I thank each of you for the invitation that was extended me on your behalf to come this afternoon and talk about some of the problems facing our state and our people. When Mr. Ramsey invited me, he suggested that I talk with you about state finances. And certainly, as he has just said, it's a most timely subject. I congratulate you on your willingness to give this part of your time to consideration of the fiscal affairs of our state, because this indicates that you fully realize the importance of these matters to every citizen of our state. I hope that you will encourage all the members of your organization and those affiliated with you to give serious thought and study to our state's income and expenditures. Suppose now we take a quick look at the office of the State Treasurer, because here we can see how government in Mississippi has grown into a multi-million-dollar business. In the year of our Constitution, 1890, our legislature was in session, struggling with a budget for this state that would not even amount to $2 million. In 1930, the days of the Depression, the taxpayers of this state had on deposit, and this included all public funds belonging to our state, not quite a total of $3 million. By 1936-38, that biennium, the general fund budget of this state had grown to approximately $29 million. 10 years later, 46-48, the biennial budget had been increased to $113 million. By 1950-52, it had grown to $138 million. And the first year that I was in the office of State Treasurer, on the 30th day of June, 1960, we closed your books, and we closed them on a general fund budget of $236 million. And on the next day, July 1, 1960, we opened your books on the budget for this biennium, this 2-year period which will end this June 30th. And we opened those books on an all-time high budget, approximately $270 million. Now the law says that it's the duty of your state treasurer to receive, to hold, and to disperse all public funds. We receive the money every business day in our offices in the new capital. We receive the money from all the tax gathering and tax collecting agencies of our state. And you know very well where they get it, because they get it from you and all the other taxpayers of our state. We receive your money, we hold your money, and certainly We no longer hold it in the big vault in our office in the new Capitol as they did in the old days. But we hold your tax money presently in the banks of Mississippi, holding your money today in 192 banks, located in all the 82 counties of our state. We receive your money, we hold your money, and we balance your books every day. Any afternoon, business afternoon that is, that you would like to know how much money you, the people of Mississippi, have in the banks, you may find out by calling our offices about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. On yesterday, you had $6,419,422.67 in the general fund of your state. We receive your money, we hold your money, we disperse your money. How do we disperse your money? We spend it every business day, dispersing your tax dollars just exactly how the state legislature tells us to spend it. So your question now may well be, you're spending our money, how are you spending it this biennium or this 2-year period? Well, now the legislature told us how to spend your tax dollar. And just before we get into how we're spending it, let's ask another question. How is that tax dollar, as it comes across our counter, composed? In other words, just what tax produces that tax dollar? And if we take the general fund tax dollar, we find that the big producer is still the sales tax. The sales tax presently accounting for approximately 42% of the general fund tax dollar. The income tax accounting for 17%. The tobacco tax, 9%. Privilege taxes and fees from the insurance department, 5%. Beer and wine, 4%. Ad valorem, 3.5%. And all other taxes making up a balance of 19.5%, accounting for your general fund tax dollar. And then, how do we spend it? During this 2-year period, the legislature told us to spend more than half of it for education. First and foremost, educating the young people of our state, and I believe that you would agree that it should come first. All educational activities during this biennium will receive approximately 60% of your general fund tax dollar. That total amount will be approximately $164 million. But now this total, this 60% goes for all educational activities, which means that it includes your public schools, your junior colleges, your institutions of higher learning, and other related educational activities. Now, second, accounting for 10% of your disbursements of the general fund tax money of this state would be social welfare. Presently, this biennium accounting for 10% of our expenditures are approximately $27 million. And I believe it would interest you to note here that this is your money for your big public welfare program that's matched by the federal government in the assistance payments approximately 4-to-1, which means that for that $27 million state money, we're getting sufficient federal matching to make that approximately $100 million this biennium for welfare. Third, homestead exemption. Reimbursements to the counties for homestead exemption presently accounting for 9% of our disbursements from the general fund money. Presently $23 million this biennium. Fourth, public health and mental institutions receiving a total of some $20 million this biennium, accounting for 7% of our disbursements of our general fund revenue. Then if you add education, welfare, homestead exemption, and public health, you will have a total of 86% of our general fund tax revenue going for those four main programs. The balance of 14% is being spent by all other departments, agencies, institutions, and the services they render. As we've already pointed out, the total amount of our general fund budget this biennium, approximately $270 million. The revenue which we expect to come into the state treasury during this 2-year period to finance this budget will be approximately $246 million. You immediately see the difference there. And to make up this difference, you will recall that the 1960 legislature included the spending of the $34 million surplus which we brought over from the past biennium. This means, of course, with the spending of the $34 million surplus, that we are safe to balance this coming June 30th. We are safe not only to balance, but we hope that we will balance with a surplus of some $7 to $8 million this June 30th. However, this also means that our lawmakers now in session are faced with serious financial problems. They are now confronted with a proposed budget of $287 million for the next biennium, with a revenue structure capable of producing some $260 million. This indicates to you, and it's been agreed by the lawmakers, that an additional $27 million in new money will be necessary to ensure that the next budget will be balanced. Therefore, our lawmakers are now engaged in the difficult task of finding new revenue and imposing additional taxes on the people of Mississippi. And as you see from the daily press, they are now daily considering some phase of a revenue program and have not yet been able to reach final agreement. Now, these problems are today the direct responsibility of our lawmakers. But you know they're also the responsibility of all the citizens of our state. And this should make us expedite, redouble, and combine our efforts in our state to expand our economy, because this is the only permanent solution yet offered for the financial problems of our state. As more and better jobs are provided for the people of Mississippi, their income will be increased, and they will live better, and that's the first objective. But in turn, they will pay more taxes, and our state's income from present tax sources will be increased. It may well be said that the decade of the 60s is not requesting, but is demanding that the people of Mississippi meet these challenges if our way of life is to survive. Only as the per capita income in our state still only about $1,100 a year, only as this per capita income is increased through better job opportunities can the standard of living of all our people be raised. Now you must provide a vital part of the leadership in meeting these problems in our state, in your homes, in the activities of your churches and schools, in civic and governmental affairs, in all the various phases of the political, economic, cultural, social, and religious life of our state. May the light of your leadership clearly reflect the realization that only as a nation of dedicated Christians can we solve the many problems here at home. And only as a nation of dedicated Christians can we stop the restless, relentless march of communism and hold our place as leader in the free world. With these objectives, let each of us in our own hearts dedicate ourselves anew to the ideals of Christianity and the principles of democracy which are our heritage. Then let us stand ready at all times to accept our full share of responsibility in our communities, our state, and our nation. Let us meet the challenges of today in such a way that we can face tomorrow with faith and confidence. Again, I thank you for inviting me to participate on your program. I cordially invite you to visit us on the second floor of the new Capitol. We would be so glad to have you come by to see us when you're in the Capitol. And I invite you to call upon me at any time when I can be of service to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Gandy, for such an inspiring and informative address. Miss Gandy can take figures which ordinarily drab and hard to understand and make it really attractive. Would you not agree? It's the most difficult subject to handle, but I'm telling you, when Miss Gandy gets through with it, it's really done up brown in a fashion that even the simplest of us can understand what the score is. I'd just like to know, Miss Gandy, what do we do when the bank gets broke over there in the treasurer's office? When you got no money to dispense, where do we go from there? Said she's going to try to keep a little bit around. One of our problems in our state, a great state of Mississippi, centers around the fact that all too often we find ourselves electing people to political office fully incapable of carrying out the duties to which they were elected. The present state of affairs we find ourselves in can largely be attributed to just that fact. We are fortunate in our state, in spite of the fact that we have probably more than our share of people in political office, holding political office, who, in my opinion, are actually incapable of performing the duties to which they were elected. If our state is to advance and to get up off the bottom rung of the ladder, so to speak, it's absolutely necessary that we promote and push forward those progressive leaders that we do have. This is a field of utmost importance. We have on our program this afternoon a young man who has established himself in public life. He has served with distinction in the state legislature. He felt so strongly about the state of affairs that he found himself in as a member of that legislature, that he felt the only way that this thing could be changed was to try to change the leadership of the House of Representatives. I'm sure that all of you are acquainted with the fact that one of our major problems in our legislature centers around the control of the various committee assignments, things of this kind, by the Speaker of the House. This position is not elective by the people. It's filled by the members themselves. Bill Winter decided to take the top dog on several years ago when he was in the House under the Coleman administration. He came closer than a lot of people thought he ever would in unseating the present and then existing Speaker. While serving in that legislature, he advocated something that I think needs to be said more of in this state. That's the fact that we have too much duplication of the various agencies that we have at a time that when we find ourselves in a position of not having the necessary finances to finance our state government with. I think some serious thought should be given to just this problem. We have a number of agencies of our state whose duties overlap. Some of these agencies should actually be abolished and the existing duties distributed among other agencies. Bill Winter recognized this problem as a member of the legislature and tried to do something about it at that time. He was unsuccessful, of course. This is a very, very tough one to do anything with in the House of Representatives or in the Mississippi legislature because of the political makeup of the body. They have a strange phobia in that legislature of voting anyone out of office. Problems today faced by the state can be centered around the fact, I think, that we had too many jobs created just a couple of years ago. This is one of our major problems today. This administration has already put on over 600 more people on the state payroll than was there when he took office. Some serious attention should be given in this area, in our opinion. Bill Winter was appointed as your state tax collector. While a member of he had to resign as a member of the legislature and assume this office. As you know, he was re-elected in his own right by the people of Mississippi to another term of this office. While a member of the legislature, he advocated the abolishment of the office to which he was elected. And I can report to you here today, after having taken that office over, that he has been partially successful in having it abolished. Maybe this is the way to get this job done. get our people in the offices that they think are not necessary and then let them abolish them. Bill told me earlier, I didn't know the bill had been acted on. I've been watching it. I don't know what trouble the score has been, but it's been on the head of the calendar, the Ways and Means calendar, for a number of weeks. Bill told me earlier that this bill had been passed in the House in the last couple of days. I know just when it was, yesterday maybe. So today, Bill Winter is partially successful in abolishing the office to which he was elected. It's my sincere hope that we will see Bill Winter in another position of responsibility in our state government in the very near future. I sincerely hope that it's in the legislative branch of our state government, the place that needs a great deal of attention. It's a great deal of pleasure to me here this afternoon to present to you one of the most progressive leaders that we have in our state of Mississippi, Bill Winter, State Tax Collector. Bill?
President Ramsey, distinguished guests, my friends of the Mississippi Labor Council, I want to say at the outset that I feel about being here very much like the man from out of town that came into the church where my family and I attend church. And as he walked in there after the services had started, he heard the congregation in unison reading the prayer of confession, these words: "We have left undone those things that we ought to have done, and we have done those things that we ought not to have done." And with a big smile on his face, he turned to one of the ushers and he said, "Thank goodness I finally found my crowd." Well, this is my crowd, and I'm glad to be here this afternoon. I'm particularly flattered and honored to be included on the platform here with my distinguished colleagues in state governmental service, Mr. Jack Tubb and Miss Evelyn Gandy. It is gilding the lily for me to add here what you already know, that our state is fortunate to have people of their caliber and ability and dedication in posts of public service. I appreciate the kind words by way of vouching for me here by your president for the opportunity of coming here and discussing with you an audience that I consider one of the most politically conscious and knowledgeable audiences that I ever have the privilege of appearing before, are discussing with you some of our common and mutual problems in the field of state government. Your president has mentioned to you the fact that on yesterday afternoon, the State House of Representatives, with only 2 dissenting votes, voted approval of a bill which I assisted in the drafting of and to which I have given my endorsement, which would serve, if it is enacted by both houses of the legislature, to consolidate in one agency the duties of tax collection in the state of Mississippi and would thereby eliminate the state tax collector's office. Now, I don't want to appear here in the role of one who is self-righteous or sanctimonious or who is pointing at himself and saying, "Look at me, look what I did." I took this position before I ever knew that I was going to be state tax collector. But very seriously, ladies and gentlemen, this legislation, which is now before the legislature, provides me with the impetus this afternoon of discussing with you the responsibility that we all have, we who are in state government and you who are interested citizens of this state, the responsibility that we have together to ensure or try to ensure that we are going to get from our government the very maximum of service in the most efficient manner and in the most economical manner possible. Now, you have heard this very splendid report by our state treasurer here, which indicates to you, to all of us, the size and the scope of state government in the state of Mississippi today. In terms of the amount of money that goes through the treasurer's office in this state and is expended for the various services of state government, Mississippi has come a long way from that state which some of us, most of us, here can remember when we were hard-pressed to raise 10 or 15 or 20 million dollars for all of the services of government, as Ms. Gandy has pointed out. State government in the state of Mississippi has become big business. Indeed, it is the biggest business in the state of Mississippi. And we are hard-pressed, as the legislature now in session will attest, to provide adequately for all of the services that have come to be expected of our state government. We have got to be more concerned than we have been about increasing the efficiency of government in this state. We hear the terms states' rights, local self-government. You walk up to a man on the street and you say, friend, do you believe in states' rights, local self-government? And the chances are he'll say, sure, I believe in them. Sure, most of us do. Unhappily, and unfortunately, however, we give more lip service to these terms than we do actual work in their implementation. And one of the reasons that we are finding an increasing centralization of power in the federal government, increasing operations of the federal government in various spheres of activity, has come about simply because the states and the local governments have not lived up to their responsibilities in providing the services that the people have come to expect and will demand. We have seen a very recent graphic demonstration of this. As we talk about states' rights, as we talk about local self-government, of having to have a federal court tell us that we must reapportion our legislative chambers. Well, this has come about simply because we have not given enough concern and attention to living up to our responsibilities as a state and as a local unit of government. We have not abided by the spirit of the Constitution of 1890 here in the state of Mississippi, and we all know it, with respect to reapportionment. This is the most graphic illustration. This is the thing that we most frequently think about as we discuss reorganization and changes in our state governmental structure. This perhaps is the most important, but this is not the only area which needs the attention of the people of this state as we go about seeking to increase efficiency and effectiveness in government. As early as 1934, a well-known organization, the Brookings Institution, came into the state of Mississippi, made a comprehensive survey of state and local government, recommended a great many changes, many of which would have been beneficial, many of which would have saved, by this time, untold millions of dollars had they been enacted. We ignored most of that report, and it now is known only as a dust-covered volume in some of our libraries. And then again in 1950, we had a legislative recess committee study state administration. And that committee, after months of rather diligent work, came up with a number of recommendations, incorporated them in another book, filed it with the legislature, embodying some of the same recommendations that had been presented almost 20 years before. Unhappily, most of the recommendations of that study have gone unattended to. Now we come once again to a time as expenditures of government are catching up with incoming revenues, when we must, if we are to survive as an effective institution of government, if we are not going to, by default and inaction, lose the powers and the prerogatives that have been vested in us as a state, we have come to a time when we must renew our attention to the process of reforming and reorganizing and streamlining our governmental structure. As one who has served in government, in the legislature, and in the administrative field of state government for almost 20 years, 16 years, I know that the hardest thing in the world to change is the way that we have been doing things all the way along. The way that you do things in politics and in government somehow or other becomes a kind of vested right, and it is the most difficult thing in the world to cause any changes to be brought about. The resistance to change, the insistence on the maintenance of the status quo in political and governmental organization is one of the strongest factors that we're up against. But it is trite to say, it is too obvious to call to your attention the fact that the Mississippi of 1962 is not the Mississippi of 1890. This state has undergone revolutionary changes in this period of time, and in a shorter period of time than that. And yet, in too many cases, we are still geared administratively, governmentally, politically, both at the state and at the local level, to a horse and buggy way of doing things. There have been two heartening developments at this session of the legislature with respect to reorganization of government. One, which was passed earlier in this session, and to which your state treasurer, whom you've just heard, and your state auditor lent a great deal of effort was the central accounting system, whereby there will be incorporated a more centralized control of the processing of the monies of this state. This will, I think, increase greatly, and I think Ms. Gandy will agree with me on this. This will increase greatly the efficiency of our accounting system, of our fiscal accounting system in the state. The other, as I have pointed out, was the action taken yesterday by the House of Representatives in beginning the consolidation in one agency of the tax collection functions of the state. These are starting points. These illustrate only, however, the beginning. I hope that these actions may lead in years to come, with your help and your encouragement, will lead to further modifications and streamlining and increasing in efficiency of our governmental subdivisions, our state and our counties and our municipalities. I hope that we may now at long last, not because a federal court has said that we must, but because we ought to anyway, equitably and properly reapportion our legislature. I hope that we will live up to the spirit of the phrases states' rights and local self-government. Our democratic process, our system of government in this country has been built on the assumption that the people at the local level and at the state level will do just that very thing. Thomas Jefferson, when he was talking about states' rights, included the assumption of responsibilities on the part of the state. It is not an idle term. It is a term that we must take to heart. And unless we do insist on living up to our responsibilities in the field of state government and in the field of local government, we shall continue to see a steady deterioration of the powers of these local units of government as the people turn to an agency of government that will fulfill their wants and needs. This, my fellow Mississippians, is not just the job of those of us who are privileged to hold public office in this state. This is a job for all Mississippians. And I know of no better organization to take the lead in attempting to implement some of these long overlooked recommendations than this group here assembled in this auditorium this afternoon. This is a challenge worthy of your attention and of your best efforts. Let me express again my appreciation for the courtesies that you have extended me in inviting me here be your guest this afternoon. I am your servant as a public official. I hope that you will let me serve you in any capacity within my ability and within the scope of my powers and duties as a state official. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bill, for such a stirring address. Remarks so well placed and so adequate at this time. It's a tragedy that we now find ourselves in the hands of the Philistines, because that's exactly where we are. I can assure you that this organization, our membership, will take your advice. We have some very definite ideas in this direction already, and I can assure you that we're going to do our utmost to carry them out. Bill, it's a real pleasure to have you with us. We'd like for you to stay for the remainder of the convention if you can, and participate of our hospitality. Now we have one of Bill's assistants I see sitting back against the wall that I'd like to introduce, recognize. A young fellow that's working on Bill's staff. Now that Bill's legislated himself out of an office, I suspect that Shotgun's going to be good job hunting before long. Shotgun Shadows, Otis Shadows. I call him Shotgun, you know. Otis used to work with me when he was going to high school at Moss Point. Used to work plug rolls out on that number 3 paper machine down there, you know. And he can tell you all about what that thing is about down there. He's got the score. He knows what the score is. Good to have you with us, Otis. Stay around. This time, I'm going to call on the chairman of the Legislative Committee to give us a partial report, Vice President James Clark.
Will you get out resolution number 14, please? While you're getting this resolution out of your kits, I'd like to make a statement. As you know, in our National Congress and in our state legislature, the representatives up there like to have in their committee those bills and those resolutions that they wholeheartedly endorse. This resolution I wanted in my committee, since I'm from the free state of Jones, is dear to my heart. Resolution 14, submitted by the Executive Board. Whereas the Mississippi Constitution of 1890 provides that representation in our state legislature is based upon the census of 1880. Since 1880, 82 years, significant shifts in population of our state from the farms to our cities have taken place. Continued representation of animals and acres rather than people in our legislature is undemocratic and a denial of legitimate governmental participation and representation to thousands of our citizens. Only superficial additions and changes, some in complete disregard of our state constitution, have been made by a rural-dominated legislature intent upon maintaining control of the legislature in our state government. And whereas county and city governments depend largely upon the state legislature for their operation, local self-government is largely contained within the whims and decisions of our state legislature. Inadequate representation has created many ills, such as discriminatory assessments and tax practices, regressive rather than progressive tax legislation, abnormally high taxes for public educational purposes, though our teachers are among the lowest paid in the nation, anti-union legislation, failure to establish a state Department of Labor, almost non-existent worker representation in state agencies, including those directly administering the few employee programs that do exist, inadequate unemployment insurance benefits, diminishing compensation rights for injuries on the job, failure to establish a civil service system for state employees, inadequate city services such as water, sanitation, streets, parks, and health, failure to provide adequate care for our aged citizens. Whereas, in spite of a constitutional requirement for the legislature to reapportion itself, pleas for democratic representation in our legislature have for more than 2 generations gone unheeded. Unchristian greed and political selfishness have prevailed. The rights and needs of a majority of the people have compelled repeated and increasing numbers of appeals to the federal government for justice. This is to the shame of our state government and is inexcusable. Failure to heed its responsibilities means that states' rights suffers repeated stunning blows. And whereas, in pursuit of their rights to democratic representation, a group of our fellow citizens in the state of Tennessee and others have sought court relief. After several years of proceedings, the United States Supreme Court on Monday, March the 26th, rendered its decision which enables the citizens of the various states, including ours, to once again secure adequate representation in our legislature. And whereas we can expect the politicians who have long had a stranglehold upon Mississippi to use every bit of their waning power to prevent the government of the state of Mississippi from being returned to the people. We are aware that the political demagogues will rise in pious indignation because of this decision of the court. We are also aware that in this matter of fair representation, just as in other vital needs of the people, our misapportioned legislature has failed to meet its responsibilities to a majority of the Mississippians. We are grateful to the founding fathers of our country for the recourse made available to us through the Constitution of our nation. We are committed to a program for reapportionment of the legislature to provide fair representation. And whereas some states enjoy the efficiency and practicability of a one-body or unicameral legislature, such a single body permits pinpointing of authority and responsibility, thereby eliminating buck-passing, costly duplication of legislative process, and also enhances the legislature's role in government. We favorably view the potentialities of such a legislative system in Mississippi. Therefore, be it resolved, 1, that we favor establishment of a unicameral legislature and hereby commit our support to a realization of this proposition. 2, that we hereby commend and applaud the reapportionment decision rendered by the United States Supreme Court on March 26, 1962. 3, that we commend and express our appreciation to Marvin Fortner, W.D. Alberts, J.K. Milner, Cleve Allen Jr., Carl Stanton, and Sam Maxwell, complainants represented by Attorney Upton Sesson, for their efforts in behalf of reapportionment of our legislature. 4, that we hereby reaffirm our support of reapportionment of our state legislature to provide fair representation. 5, that we shall commit such available resources as necessary to effectuate an early reapportionment of our state legislature. 6, that we shall be mindful of our responsibilities to see that truly democratic representation does not stop at the state level of government, but shall also become an established fact at the county and city levels of government. 7, that we encourage all our officials, elected or appointed, at the various levels of government to lend their support and influence to establishment of proper representation of Mississippians by our Mississippi legislature. 8, that we shall encourage our Mississippi congressional delegation to use their good offices to implement this long and badly needed action of the United States Supreme Court, which truly is in behalf of millions of underrepresented citizens throughout the country. Mr. Chairman, The committee concurs in this resolution, and I move its adoption.
You've heard the committee's report, the motion to adopt the resolution. We have a second. We have any discussion on the motion? Any discussion? Thank Bill Winter has already done a magnificent job of explaining the need of this resolution. All in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered.
Will you look in your kits for Resolution 19? This, I think, will please those up in the northeastern corner of the state anyway. I should have brought this one out. I don't know, though I didn't have any opposition, but I was saving it in case I needed some support from that corner for re-election. Do you have the resolution? Good. Submitted by the Executive Board. Whereas the states of Mississippi and Alabama entered into a pact in 1958 to expedite the construction of the proposed Tennessee-Tombigbee waterway as authorized by Congress in 1946, being joined by the state of Tennessee in 1959 and the state of Kentucky in 1962. And whereas the dream of a navigable route between the Tennessee River and the Gulf of Mexico has been kept alive by small groups of progressive men since the year 1800. In the year of 1874, Congress directed the Corps of Engineers to make a cost estimate, at which time it was not found to be economically feasible. Later investigations in 1913 and 1923 also found the project in 1974, Congress directed the Corps of Engineers to make a cost estimate, at which time it was not found to be economically feasible. Later investigations in 1913 and 1923 also found the project